I'm pretty sure the link to the business mastermind, Alea said the other day that I should call it Betty's McMastermind. Betty's McBusiness. Shit, I forget what she said now. Oops. I forget exactly what she said, but it was funny. I'm back. Come on, Restream. Yeah. Back. I'm back. Let's do this. I'm fully recovered. No more bed rest. Yay! And no more painkillers, I hope. You finished your dress? Nice. Well, let's see. This blanket requires 7 tea cakes. I'll send the message now because if I wait, yeah, do it now because I'm going to forget. This is the beginning. I'm just trying to show as much of it as I can. And then next came the blues, going into the greens, and then the greens going into the yellows, and then the yellows going into the oranges. And now it's time for the oranges to go into the pinks. And this is going to be my last cake. And after that, I'm just trying to figure out how to use Restream. Now you can Restream to TikTok? If you figure out how to do that, please tell me because it's only going to Facebook and YouTube right now. But I wish if I could just also go to TikTok, that would be so much better. This is my last tea cake on the blanket portion. Oh, it was a question. Oh, now can you Restream to TikTok? I don't think there's a way. If there is, I haven't been able to figure it out. I think you have to have some kind of desktop. I think my friend Courtney has the ability to go live on TikTok through her desktop. And so then she's able to stream to Twitch, but I think you can't do Twitch and TikTok at the same time if you have a certain type of agreement with Twitch to do it. But I did hear that they were trying to get TikTok, that was something that was in the works, was the ability to go live on TikTok through Restream. But I don't think it's possible yet. Maybe I'll do a little digging. I should call them. That would be the thing to do, to call them and ask them how to do it. I went through one of their little tutorials, but then it was like I didn't have something that I needed. I don't know. I am not good at this stuff. Let me tell you, my kids, I did not even know that you could monetize, YouTube. My kids had to tell me. When my pattern went viral and I was like, everybody's emailing me asking me for video tutorials to this pattern and I don't know how to do that. Like, not on YouTube. And they were like, you realize that you can make money doing that, right? Like, you will make money from the ads. And I was like, no, I didn't know that. But now I know. But I don't make that much money on YouTube. Not directly, anyways. And what I mean by that is that I think it is good for my business to have video the ability to go live on video and make videos to show people how to do my patterns. I'm making the 6-Day Kid blanket. This is my 7th of 7 cakes. Ah, number 7 is the last one. Well, that's not entirely true because I have one more after this that will be the edge. So, no, I use Restream to go to Facebook and YouTube at the same time. And I use Ecamm to have the picture-in-picture and have a good picture, have a good video, a good quality video with, you know, the picture-in-picture, and I want to have the overhead, and I also want to have my face in there. I use a DSLR camera for my overhead for YouTube. For TikTok, it's a separate stream that I do from my phone. And then I log into a separate TikTok account and I watch the stream on my desktop. So those are the comments that I see. So I can't see if anyone's like requesting to join or anything like that. Okay, so this is a crochet marathon. One of the things I'm doing to take care of myself, and I recommend, because I know there's newbie crocheters here, how do you set it up to have overcam? So what I have is, and I can show you after the live, but I have a set of those, and I learned this from Stephanie, from, the heck is her last name? Shelton, maybe? Stephanie Shelton. It's Crochet O'Clock. I have a set of those like metal garage shelves. And I have just like the top half of it. Shelton. I have just like the top half of it with just one or two. I have 2 shelves. But I have that first shelf is high enough. It's like right about here. And I have that on top of a desk. And then I have just like a little tripod thingy clipped onto the shelf. It's not that hard. It's not that hard at all. You don't need that fancy boom mic, and you don't need a ring cam either. You can get the little, I have, one of them broke, so I only have one now, but they were only like $6. Are those little clip lamps like you had in college, you know, that you clip onto something, and then you clip the lamp onto the shelf. So it gives you the shelf gives you you know, you have this wire shelf so you can clip whatever you want to it. And I do have a ring light, but I don't aim it at my face so that I get those rings in my glasses. I actually aim my lights away, and I have a white wall behind my camera, and I shine the light on the wall and bounce it off the wall onto me. I think that looks better. You're going to say something about taking care of yourself during your marathon. Oh, okay. So the things that I'm doing to take care of myself are, number one, I lay my work down at the end of every row. And I think that every crocheter should adopt this habit of laying your work down at the end of every row. Stretch your hands, take a drink, take a few deep breaths, set your hook down, look over your work, and go, wow, and check it over. And then that way you won't hopefully end up going too far before you make a mistake. But I'm also doing it to give my hands a little break, give my hands a stretch, take a sip of water or whatever, coffee, whatever. I also do it for the TikTokers who come into the live and say, "Could you lay it down so I can look at it?" Which drives me up a friggin' wall. And then I could say, I lay it down at the end of every row to be patient. And then some other things that I'm doing, I have that little timer. Thank you. I have the timer, and I'm setting it for 60 minutes. So every 60 minutes, no matter what, I get up out of my chair. I also take breaks at the end of each cake. And it's taken me about an hour and a half, maybe a little bit longer today. I'm not going as fast as I was last Wednesday when I did this marathon. I'm coming to the home stretch. This is the last blanket. This is the last cake of this blanket. And then I have one more that I'm going to use for the edge. Also, the 6-day kid blanket ends on row 4. So I can't just stop at the end of this cake. I'm going to have to end on row 4. Wherever row 4, it's probably going to be the next row 4, I would say, because if I go too far, well, I guess I'll have to think about it, because I have to end on row 4. So on my next row 4, if I think that I'm not going to have enough yarn for 6 more rows, it's going to be it. I'm not going to be using this whole cake. So I bet I don't use this whole cake. I shouldn't have left that on the whole time I was eating dinner. Let's see if this one works. Okay, this is a very old battery and it's an off-brand, so apparently it doesn't work anymore. I don't usually use it. I usually use one of these other two. This is a really old camera. This pink is really pretty. I'm pretty sure I have a bunch of it. I gave away a bunch of it. I sent some to one of my moderators in Australia who does not have access to this yarn. But I had enough to do a whole blanket with. I'm pretty sure I still have enough to do a whole blanket. I bought so much of these tea cakes when they came out because I knew they weren't gonna um, last, you know. So you can't get this color that I'm using right now is called Wild Cherry, and you can't get it anymore. They don't make this color. I think you can get the Ocean Night, which is a beautiful blue. And you can get the Smoked Fruit, which I love. You got approved. Yeah. Nice. It's a really great idea to set up chats based on location. It's wonderful. I'm going to do that in my blanket group. Once I figure it out. I think I turned off the ability to make chats because I'm in one of those Facebook chats and I'm getting the messages all the time. I struggle making friends because I work from home and I graduated years. It doesn't matter. It's hard to make friends. When you grow up and you're in school and you think, oh, you have all these friends. You have 30 people in your class or whatever. Or when you're in college and there's people around all the time. As an adult, it is hard to make friends. I tell my daughter this all the time. And I struggle with it too. I moved here like a little over a year ago. I don't have a lot of neighbors. My town is very small. I live in a really remote place. And yeah, I don't know that many people here. I'm really grateful that we have this digital world where we can connect with other people because it's provided me a lot of continuity over the past few years. I mean, there were some days 2020 was rough for a lot of us. I had 6 rounds of surgery that year. And there were some days that I had to rest a lot. And I was on my own. And there were some days I was like, I'm so grateful that I have my online communities and my friends online and an ability to connect with people who are far away. My very best friends in the world from graduate school, like, we have a chat, text thread. I can reach out to them anytime, But yeah, there were many times I was like, all I could really do was like get online and scroll my phone, and it was like, thank goodness that I have the ability to do this so that I can connect with other people. Okay, here I go. I'm laying it down and I'm admiring it. I'm admiring it a lot. I like it a lot. I tell my daughter is 27, and I tell her that all the time. She's like, I don't have any friends. I'm like, listen, girl, this isn't junior high. You're not guaranteed friends. It's hard. That being said, if anyone's on the Outer Banks and you want to come over and crochet, just holler at me. Give me a holla. Yeah, you don't want a large group. I mean, I've been in that situation where it's like, you don't want everybody. It looks so pretty in the show. Well, I don't think that show is actually filmed on the Outer Banks. I don't think they actually film it here, but it is really pretty here. Thank you. I don't know. The locals here kind of poo poo that show because they're like, it's not even filmed here. I don't think it is. It might be filmed in North Carolina, but I don't think it's filmed here on the Outer Banks. I watched a little bit of it, but I didn't get very far with it. It just isn't my not my cup of tea. It's a really good show aside from where they filmed it, true or not. Yeah, I mean, local people can be kind of, you know how local people are. I mean, I went into the store yesterday and I was like, I was talking to the guy at the store and I was saying like I really miss the tourists right now. Like it's so quiet without them and I love having, you know, the whole beach to myself. That's really lovely. I had such a fun time walking the beach yesterday and there was no one out there and there was like so much going on, you know. Um it just seems like a shame that the beach is there and there's no people. And I just kind of miss the the crowds and the people and the activity. The 100 is good and One of Us is Lying is also good. I mean, I like my favorite TV show is Outlander. I love that show. Hi, thank you. Saying I might steal that idea. I don't know what idea you're talking about. I can't see all the comments, so I feel I'm a little lost right now. I don't know what idea we're stealing. That's my favorite show. It goes, oh, the honeymoon idea. Yeah. I don't know when you're getting married, but yeah, it would be a great place to go on a honeymoon in the wintertime. Because there's nobody here. September, October is absolutely amazing here on the Outer Banks. It's like summertime still, and nobody's here. There's nobody here. Well, if you're here at that time, there will be a lot of people here in June. But it's a wonderful. I've been coming down here for 30 years. I mean, I lived in Norfolk, Virginia, back when I first got married over 30 years ago. And we started coming. Bye, Andrew. Thanks for popping on. Uh, I started coming down here for vacations. And after we left um, Norfolk and moved away, my ex-husband was in the military, so we lived all over the place, but whenever we were here on the East Coast, I would come down here every year, every couple years. I just love it. I just loved it here. And then during the pandemic, or when it was kind of, things were starting to open back up and we were able to come down here. I came down with my daughter for a week. She was kind of going through a little rough patch. She had moved and she was really exhausted, and the move was very stressful for her. And so I said, once you are done, let's go down to the Outer Banks for a couple days. So we did. We came down here and we were walking on the beach, and I heard myself say, I feel happy here. And when I had been kind of, since my divorce, trying to figure out where I was going to live and what felt like home, and my hometown didn't feel like home anymore because we were high school sweethearts, so it was like I might as well stay married to the guy, if I go back to where we came from, because he's, his whole family's there, my whole family, they all go to school, the kids go to school together, da 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 da. Like, I can't go back there. Just be like stepping too far back into the past, So I was like trying to figure out what's gonna feel like home for me, like where should I be? And then after I said that, when I was here visiting, I was like, all right, this must be it, because I feel happy here. So I started looking for a place, and now I live here and I love it. Hold on. I wasn't a very long lay it down and admire it, was it? Yeah, I think it's going to be about 3 more rows, and then I think I'm going to be starting the border. I don't think I'm going to get this whole cake of wild cherry in, unless I were to go like grab another one and finish up, but we'll see. We'll see. When I get to row 4, I'm going to check and see how, because it looks like about 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 10 rows, maybe. We'll see. 1, 2, 3. I mean, right now, Alea has me watching the trash TV. So I've been trying to. She asked me if I knew what was going on with the Sister Wives, and I didn't. So I've been watching that, trying to. I think I'm up to about season 8 or 9 or something. I don't know. I feel like I know enough. I'm like done with that. So I don't usually watch those types of shows. I have watched like the what is the one where they date and they don't see each other and then they get married? Or they're in those pods where they date each other in those pods. What the heck is that called? I've watched that. I think that's an interesting show. But I don't usually watch shows like that where they Love is Blind. Yeah. I feel like there's too much alcohol involved in that show. Like these people are trying to make relationships, and I feel like there's always alcohol. They give them too much alcohol, And then it's like, of course, stupid stuff is going to happen because you can tell everybody's drunk. So that's just a recipe for disaster. So, yeah, there's that. Um, I really loved Game of Thrones. I watched that show. Um, I mean, it's sad at the end of it. I felt like a little ripped off because I think they, could have done a better job with it. But I liked the new series that the new Game of Thrones, like prequel. I just love the dragons. I love the dragon scenes, and I love dragons. You know, I just love dragons. So I think the dragons are cool. One of the best shows I've seen recently was that did you all see that Severance? Oh my gosh. I thought that show was so interesting. It was like weird and quirky, but also I thought the premise of it was really interesting. That I don't know, I like things that are about space, like the body's relationship to space. And so to me it was it was cool to have this whole idea that in this space you could be this person, and in this space you could be that person. Oh, hi Dee. I just noticed your comment. Hello. Amanda says Discovery of Witches. Is that the one based on Anne Rice's Mayfair Witches series? I read all those books. The books about the Mayfair Witches. Oh my gosh, I could not put those books down, actually. If you use a smaller needle, does it make it a lot smaller? Yeah, Beach Bug, you have to also use smaller yarn. You can't just adjust the needle. You'd have to use a different type of yarn. But yeah, changing your hook will change the size. You could use smaller yarn. You could also use, you could use fewer stitches. Thank you. This is the 7th cake. I've used a different color of cake. 7 different colors, and this is the 7th one. 7 of 7. And then I have one that's mostly gray that I'm going to use for the edge. Based on books by Deborah Harkness. Okay. I can tell I'm crocheting a lot slower today than I did the other day. Do you have a lot of hook changes when you make the hex? No. None whatsoever. I don't think I changed hooks at all. Except maybe for the ribbing. I might have used a smaller hook for the ribbing. If I did ribbing. I didn't do ribbing on all of them though. How do you choose the cake color? I have them, arranged them in like a rainbow order, and it wasn't even my idea. It was one of the moderators in my Facebook group who came up with it, and she actually said that she had all the yarn in her shopping cart, and just the way they were lined up in her shopping cart, they were in like the order. She just looked down and they were in the order of what looked like a rainbow to her. So she's the one that came up with the idea to do this with these yarns. I'm just copying her. Yeah. Yeah, I think crochet had a kind of a revival a few years ago. I'm using Karen tea cakes, and I started out with dewberry plum cake, and then I went to rainfall, and then ocean night, marine green, and then from there you can do rainforest or underbrush. I did rainforest. You can do sunset stroll or cocoa. And then the last one is wild cherry, which is the one I'm doing now. I'm using an 8mm hook, which is making a kind of tight tension, but I have made a lot of blankets out of this yarn, and the ones that I did with the 10mm hook kind of stretched out. So that's why I'm starting with an 8 this time, because I want to give it a little room to stretch. Tighter tension is slowing me down a little bit and is a little bit harder on my body. So I've been taking care to take care of my body on this marathon crochet session. Taking frequent breaks. I'm breaking at the end of every row. I'm breaking at the end of every cake. And every 60 minutes, I have a timer going here. Every 60 minutes, I get up out of my chair, do a little yoga and stretch, and you can't keep crocheting nonstop for hours and hours and hours. You think there's a new Mayfair Witches show, but I haven't seen it. I think there is one, but I don't think I am subscribed to the channel that it's on. And I'm not going to subscribe to any more channels. It's like every day I get a charge from Amazon Digital content or whatever, and I'm like, how many channels do I have? I'm like so impatient. I'm like, oh, I want to watch that. I'll just do the free trial. And then I forget. Or I'm like, oh, they have so many good shows on this channel. I'll definitely watch this and this and this and this. And then I sit down to watch something, and it's like, it's hard to even remember what the heck I'm even watching sometimes. I wish it would just come up and say, like, this is what you were watching when you turned the TV off yesterday. I know all the different platforms gets out of hand. Yep. That's why I tried to start doing them through my Amazon account, because I was like, well, at least they'll all be in this one place, you know? And I won't have to be like, oh, was I watching that? Was that on HBO or was that on whatever? Or, you know, you have to like get out of one and go into another. I don't know. It just seems like a lot. And all those channels that I have, and there's never anything on I want to watch, it seems like. Been using this lymphatic massage oil to keep my, whoops, keep my hands from swelling up too much. Your lymphatics go up and they drain up here in your neck, up by your collarbone. These are the new Karen tea cakes that they released, like, I don't know, I guess about a year ago. Last year, I feel like it was like last year around this time, or maybe before Christmas, that I was going around buying them on clearance at Michael's and Joann's. How many 6-day kid blankets do you think you've made? I'm gonna say not as many as you would think, actually, because I don't spend a lot of time making the same thing over and over again. I'm usually designing new stuff, and that actually requires like a lot of ripping out. So I'm not, you won't often find me just sitting like working on another 6-day blanket. You know, if I'm working on something, it's because I need it for a sample or whatever. So, but it's still a good question. So let me think. I'm going to say 50. I bet I've made 50. What feels really good is that this one, I'm going to have finished in 2 days. If I finish it today, which I think I'm going to. Thank you. Oops. This is the 7th one, and it's going to be the last one, I think. I think I'm either going to have to only use half of this last one so that I could end on row 4, or I might have to go dig another one out so that I can do a couple extra rows in this color. But Yeah, the blanket ends on row 4. So that's going to be the row after this, and I've got this much left. So I don't know. I'm going to have to make some decisions at the end of the next row. Seven peaks, 123. Thank you. I mean, I really love this wild cherry. It's about to get even more pink here. That's a really pretty pink too. Sounds like it's getting gross outside. How y'all doing in your snow? Who was snowed in today? I mean, we're not going to get any snow here. It's too warm. Houston had tornadoes yesterday. Jeez. It was so nice here yesterday. Goodness. Wow. I have doctor's appointments tomorrow. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to have to go. I have to go pretty far for my doctor's appointment. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to keep driving after my appointment and go to New York and get some stuff out of my storage. I think I'm going to, because I've been saying I'm going to for a while. Oh, Tunisian. That sounds fun. Well, I do have a lot of advice about making uh, your crochet your dream job, but I'm teaching a business course on it that I'm starting on February 2nd. So I won't give all my secrets away here, but I will say that my was up to 82. Wow. I will say that my business model involves free crochet patterns and designing mainly, and doing, having community events like crochet alongs and things like that. I don't make and sell. I don't sell what I make, so I don't have a maker business. I sell my patterns and I monetize free content. So that's my main, business model, or not my main, but that is my business model. Um, if you do want to make and sell and have like an Etsy store where you sell your custom items and things like that, I would suggest following Pam Grace, the Crochetpreneur. I'm part of her Crochet Business Academy, and it's great. But my course is going to mainly be about monetizing free content, because for me, that's what has really worked. I'm using an 8mm with mine, but I am crocheting pretty tight because I know it's going to stretch. The best way to know what hook to use is to make a swatch and try different hook sizes. I would start with the one that's recommended on the yarn label. They recommend 8mm for this, which I think is a little tight. If I were not wanting to make it this tight, I would use a 10. Not an 8. I just know that making something this big with yarn this heavy, it stretches the yarn. Okay. Okay, so this blanket ends on row 4. My next row is going to be row 4, and so I have to decide. I have this much yarn left. I think it's probably enough yarn. It would probably get me through the double crochet rows or close to it, but I don't want to end on those double crochet rows. I want to end on these. So what should I do? Should I stop here with just this much of the pink? Or should I continue and have what will end up being, this is how wide the stripe for the last cake was. You can't really tell what's cake and what's not. Hi, 888 Libra asks, hi, will Karen Yarn send and or give you free yarn for advertising their brand/label? I wish. Nope, they don't care what I do. I wish they would give me some yarn, because I am always talking about this yarn. I could use the rest of this maybe to go around the edge one time. I could do like one round of the edge with this. What do you all think of that? Does anybody have an opinion about what I should do about this pink? Should I end after row 4? Because I don't think it's going to be enough to get to the next row 4 after that. I know it's not. It'll get me to about, it'll be about 3 more rows, I think. I have another one. I could just make it a little bit longer, make that pink. Let's do that. Let's keep going after this row and see how far I get with this pink. Maybe it won't be that much. Might as well. Otherwise, I'm going to end early. I have till 10 o'clock. TikTok will get mad at me if I don't stay on the whole time. Use it for border. Stop here and use it for the border. Or keep going. Yeah, it is really pretty. How about go as far as it goes and then use your border yarn to complete your repeat? Well, the border yarn is gray. I'm going to see how far it goes because I could always rip back. Hi, Amy. The blanket's almost done. I mean, this could be the last row, but I still have half a cake of this yarn, and we think it's too pretty to just end it early, so I'm gonna keep going and see what happens and see how far this cake takes me, and then I might grab another one out of my stash to finish it. Somebody also suggested using the border color. I mean, I could grab another one out of my stash and then just use it for the border. Karen yarn is expensive, but it's not enough yarn. It's not very much. It's really not. And they're charging $12.99 for these now. Say what? I mean, I would just wait until it goes on sale, or, or use a coupon, and or use your points. Thanks for sharing the live. Thanks for following. Appreciate it. Yeah, they always have sales. Wait till they do any of their sales, it works out. If they have like buy two, get one free yarn, you know, or if they have one of the 20% off everything. They usually have like a 40% off one item. So you could buy one that way and then get the 20% off coupon for the rest of your order. They change their sales on Sunday. So on Sunday, I would check and see what their sale is this week. If they're doing their yarn sale or they're doing their lowest prices of the season. Usually they do that right before they start switching over to the next season of stuff. So that should be happening real soon here. Because you know how it is. If it's winter time, it's spring. If it's winter time in real life, they're already selling the spring stuff. When it changes to spring, they're putting out the summer stuff. They're always one season ahead. I stop at the end of every row and I lay it out. If you're here for any length of time, you will know I stop and lay it out at the end of every row. If I stopped and laid it down every time somebody asked me to, I'd never get it done. Oh wow, is that an hour already? All right, when that timer goes off. Boy, that chair really goes squeak, squeak, squeak. It makes me sound. I think while I'm up, I'm going to go take a look around, see what I got hanging around here. I have another one of these, what's it called? Cherry compote. Wild cherry something. what did I do over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only had 8 rows on this one. Oh, what have I done? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only 4 rows. It's not enough. All right. All right, that was my 60-minute stand up and walk around. Ooh. Woo. When am I going live again? Getting ready to jump out? I don't know. Oh, wait, I do know. Sunday night at 8 o'clock, I'll be here working on my man blanket with Leia the Human. So make sure you follow her. You have a good rest of your week too. Bye. Thanks for hanging out. All right, who's been here the longest? Who's been here since 2? Anybody? Anybody? Who's crocheting along with me, and how much have you gotten done? And what yarn are you using, and how big is your project, and what hook are you using? What size hook, and how many did you chain? Hi everyone. I think setting that 60-minute timer is one of the best things I could do, because I mean, I could have just kept going right then, and I do feel that I really needed to get up and move a little. Haven't been on since 2, but I am crocheting along with you, Karen Chunky Cake G-hook. You're making socks with a Karen Chunky Cake? Karen Chunky Cakes are very similar to tea cakes. They just don't have the same colors as the tea cakes. But they're very similar. The weight is very similar. I just never liked them as much as the tea cakes. I don't know, the tea cakes are special to me. The tea cakes and the sprinkle cakes. I like the sprinkle cakes too. Wow. Amanda says she's been here since 2. Wow. Um, moving between here and TikTok, working on my Amanda blanket and Karen Ogo yarn. Sweet. I think the Ogo is similar to this yarn also, just not as heavy. The Ogo Colorama. Working on a straight start, which will be a present for a neighbor who's getting their first foster baby. Using some stash yarn from Hobby Lobby. I'll share a pic. Cool. Can't wait to do the finishing touches. Silicone on the bottom so people don't slip. That's a good idea. That seems nice. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Only skipped one down there. Starting to make mistakes. I feel like my chair is just a little too close to the wall. Can't really stretch my legs all the way out. It's better for my arms and shoulders though. Kathy says I have been mostly doing straight 6-day kid blanket up to row 4. Sounds good. I am really excited by these colors, but I don't know what I was thinking. Never gonna make it to row 4 with this one. Not gonna happen, and I refuse. I just cannot end a 6-day kid blanket on row 7. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I know a lot of you do it, and I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I can't. It's just not, doesn't look even to me with the bottom. Hi everyone. Hi, the blanket's about 50 by 60. Yeah, I like that size for like my throw blankets for the couch, you know, that kind of thing. I mean, I have the one behind me, which you can't see if you're on TikTok, but I have the same blanket that I'm making right now behind me on the bed, and fits a twin size bed. It doesn't go all the way down to the floor, you know. It's um, but it fits over a twin size bed. It's a good napping blanket. It's always fun to put the finishing touches on something, isn't it? It's the 6 Day Kid blanket. I mean, if I was cold, this would be great. But unfortunately, I'm not cold, I'm hot. You want to move to Canada? It's a 6 Day Kid blanket. It's free on my website, bettymcknit.com. It's away from the UK. You know, like the UK? It really is. Very cushy feeling. And it's soft. It's not scratchy at all. It's not the least. It has a very woolly look, but I don't think there's any wool. Is there any wool in this yarn? Look, this one was $9.99 when I bought it. They're $12.99. Oh, the weather's really bad. Let's see. Oh, this does have 20% wool. 80% acrylic and 20% wool. Oh, the weather's really bad. Well, I have to say, the weather here at times can be a little bit scary. Like, several times I've been woken up in the middle of the night with a thunderclap, lightning strike, like so close to the house. One of them was so close to the house, all my outdoor outlets were blown out upstairs. I had to have those all replaced. But I don't know, one day last week, I just was woken up by what sounded like thunder, just like rolling in from the ocean. Just like, oh, you're allergic to wool. I didn't even know this yarn had wool in it until just now. know. It might get a little further on this than I thought. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like if the blanket ended on row 7, it'd be perfect. But it doesn't. And I just can't. I just can't. Can't, people. It hurts my soul to think about it. Not gonna do it. Still haven't figured out what I am gonna do, but I have time. Still have time to think about it. The scariest weather, now I was out here last spring, we had a nor'easter come through, and it was like, it went on for about a week. You couldn't see out the windows. The house was shaking. You couldn't walk on the beach. The water was all the way up to the dunes, washing away a lot of the dunes. I mean, it was just, the wind was just beating on us, and the waves were super strong, and that was scary, but it was also kind of fun. But then last summer when Ian rolled through here, well, Ian didn't actually hit us. We just got the effects of it. That was terrifying. My house shook so bad during that storm. That was really scary. Like, it was really, we had tornado warnings, and it was like, where am I gonna go? Like, where should I hide? Do I crawl under a bed or get in a closet? Like, what do I do? And I was really scared. I came back here in this room I'm in right now, and I decided if there was a tornado that I would, like flip one of the chairs and get under the desk or something between the beds. I was not figuring out, like, still trying to figure out what I was going to do. I just knew I didn't want to be in the front room because it's all windows. So I thought, well, I'll go back here where there's only one window, and I'm on the other side of the house, away from the, where it's coming from. And I'm just like cowering in here trying to figure out what to do. And I look out the window and I see my neighbor walking by, just like with this big smile on her face. And I'm like, is it me? Like, is it really not that bad out? Like, who doesn't know what the heck is going on right now? Because I thought I just got a warning on my phone that there was a tornado coming, and I was super scared, and she was just out there walking the dog. So I was like, well, whatever happens, happens. But I was scared, and I wasn't sure what to do. But I was fine. I have one of those like security cameras outside. Well, I don't have it anymore because it broke, but I was like looking at the weather through that security camera, using my phone to look at it. And I think I recorded a little bit of it just so I could like send it to my daughter. And then right after I did that, the camera broke. It was just getting pummeled. It was so windy. But that was worse than the nor'easter. But it's still kind of fun when there's a storm going on to just like cozy up, crochet, cook something in the Instant Pot, light a candle, put on Harry Potter, hunker down, as they say. I'm glad I kept going with this because I think it's all going to be okay. Notice how I started crocheting faster too when I was worried about running out of yarn. I feel like I've been working so much faster. Oh, this pink is so pretty. I'm not a pink person either, but it is very pretty pink. Woohoo! Yeah! Woo, man, this is heavy. This is heavy, heavy, heavy. Heavy. It goes all the way down to my feet. Thanks for following. Appreciate the follows. Yes, I've used Karen cakes, Karen tea cakes, Karen sprinkle cakes, Karen big cakes. Like my mind says, I have more yarn if I work faster. I know. I think it was just when I decided to keep going with this, but not, yeah, it was like my mind did something and I started going faster just to see where I would end up. But I don't know, maybe I just started going faster. But yeah, I think there was something in my mind about how I wanted this yarn to go further than I know it's going to go. But I think it is going to go further than I thought it would. I think I might get one row, one of the granny rows. Like, I think I might get row 2 and part of row 3. So if that happens, then I am just going to attach the yarn that I'm using for the edge and just finish it off in that, whatever's left. It's all the way down my legs. It's all the way down covering my feet. It's a full size blanket at this point. Do you see why you can't end on this row? It doesn't make the point. Leslie Gray says, I have gone up to queen with your pattern. Wow. I know people have made king size blankets with it. I think y'all are crazy, but it can be done. It can definitely be done. In fact, I'm thinking about maybe doing one like this, twice the width, doubling it up. That might look nice on one of my beds. I still have some of the sprinkle cakes in the vanilla bean, which were my favorite of those, that first run of the Karen cakes. I probably have enough to do a queen size throw in those. I've already done a throw size and a star or a superstar in the vanilla bean. I just think they're really pretty, but they are a few years old and they are getting worn out, so I would love to redo them. I'm kind of excited. This cake is going further than I thought it would. A lot further than I thought it would. I'm glad I kept going. Thank you, whoever told me to do that. I think it was Amanda. Hey, Andrew, you're back. How's it going? Hola. You love the snowflake. Everyone loves the snowflake effect. My favorite is Vivid Chevrons, I think. Oh, I just realized that my shoulders are sore. Wow. Okay. I just finished row 7. And see, this is why you can't finish on row 7. Because it is not, it's not going to lay flat. It's going to splay out. And so when you lay this blanket out, it will have ears. It'll wing out on the upper corners. Some people say that theirs does not, but mine does. When I see that, it just, to me, it doesn't look balanced. It looks more like a wave than a point. So I don't finish my blankets on this row, but a lot of people do. But I still have this much left. So I think I can do one more row, and I'm gonna just keep going, and then whatever is left I'm gonna do in the edge. I'll just do that. It'll be fine. I mean, there's gray down here, there's gray everywhere. It'll be fine. It's fine. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3. You got booted from Facebook? What do you mean? I'm just going to do a simple border. I'm just going to do single crochet and then maybe a row of half double or something like that. Well, we've been complaining about Facebook a lot on this platform today. I've been on here since 2. I mean, I could do what I do on the top of my viral blankets is just skip row 3 and go right to row 4. I mean, that's what I do on the virals. Nobody will ever know the difference. I don't think I'm even going to be able to complete this row with the yarn I have left, though, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, there's just been a lot of smack talk about Facebook here today. I miss the old Facebook, the way it used to be. You could do an event on there, and where I could tag my products. I'll go elsewhere where I can tag my stuff. Oh, it's really raining here now. Aren't you be doing a granny row? Yeah. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, but at the top of the viral blanket because the viral blanket, the stripes go 2 through 7. So when you finish your last stripe with row 7, you have to do at least one row of grannies. So the way that I did it was I did row 2 and then row 4. And that way you get this. See how it pulls it in? You can see it pinching right there. But that's how it makes it pointy again. But you need this. You need this here. Otherwise your width is going to be splayed out a little bit at the top. And maybe most people probably don't care, but I notice it. I definitely notice it. When I would notice it. Oh, I think I just saw lightning. Uh-oh. We had snow Saturday afternoon. It's only 22 degrees here today. Okay, what's going on over here? Okay, that was weird. What would you suggest as a good project for someone who is a beginner at crochet? If you want to do, I think the easiest project of mine to do is the 6-day star blanket. If you're just starting out, I would do that one before I did this one. I know when it went viral last year, a lot of people learned to crochet just so they could make the star blanket. You only need to know how to chain, single crochet, double crochet, and DC3 together, which is a combination of double crochet stitches. Excuse me. Wow, I'm really glad I kept going with this pink. It was the right decision. I don't know, maybe some of the crocheters on this call can say what was a good beginner project for them. I would say learn how to do a granny square, because you can do a lot with granny squares. If you can make a granny square, you can make a lot. You can make a bag with them. You could put them together and make a sweater, a blanket, pants, pretty much anything. They're good practice. Thank you, Amy. There's a knot in my yarn. If you weren't here for the last round of knots, I treat knots like a new join. I don't leave them in there. I cut them out and I treat it like I'm joining a new ball of yarn. I don't know. Somebody last time was asking me how to join the next ball of yarn. Amanda says she learned on granny squares. There's lots of different ways to make them too. So you can, learn on squares, different types of granny squares. Kathy says, I did C2C when I first came back to crochet. A lot of beginners, I've never done C2C, but that's a good one for beginners. Lots of repetition. Wow, it got pitch black out all of a sudden and I can hear it raining. Leslie says, I've been crocheting so long I don't remember. I think when I first started crocheting, I was really into shell stitches. When it went viral and people learned to crochet to create a design, how does that make you feel? Well, I mean, it feels amazing, but I can just say that there is a really special feeling when you design something and you put a pattern out there and somebody makes it. I mean, that's crazy. That's an ego boost right there. But then when the pictures start showing up on social media and it's the thing that you designed and someone else made it, and it's like it looks like it's supposed to look like, I don't know, there's a really special feeling when you start seeing the pictures of the stuff that people are making from your pattern. And yeah, when people say, oh, I mean, sometimes on TikTok people will say, I learned how to crochet to make your star blanket. It's just like, dang, you know, that's really something. Wow, I'm even going to get part of row 3 out of this. I'm like floored. I think I probably tightened up my tension a little bit. Maybe I got more yarn out of it that way. I see another knot here. Wow, that's just so messed up. So the last 2 of these, I've had like 3 knots at the end of the skein. Trying to show the whole thing because I know y'all want to see it. Somehow my yarn ended up on the floor. When that blanket went viral and you were getting tagged like crazy in all these hits, that was an insane time. First of all, I was in the hospital because I had surgery. And I mean, I'll never forget this because right before surgery, I was I had a comment on YouTube and it was mean. And I was like, that's it. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not doing YouTube videos anymore. I can't take this anymore. And I'm not going to sit here and dwell on this because I'm about to have surgery. And I knew that I had known from past experience that if I had a positive attitude, I would recover more quickly. If I had a negative Um, if I have a negative attitude or I'm upset, it's going to impact me. So I just went, I'm not doing it anymore. Screw it. I'm not going to do it anymore. And then when I came out of surgery, they said, what is your pain level? And I said 7 and or 6 or something like that. Because I said I was in that much pain, they gave me 2 oxys. So I was like, ooh. And they were like, ma'am, and I wasn't even supposed to be in the hospital overnight. I was supposed to go home that day. But they kept me overnight because of something that happened in surgery. But yeah, I was there like all like, ooh, feeling like no longer feeling a number 6 of pain or 7 or whatever I said I had. But they're like, ma'am, your phone's going off. And my phone was going ding, ding, ding. And it was like, it was y'all on TikTok crashing my website. And somebody was over there following the video that the person before surgery had said was terrible. And saying like, oh wow, I really love this, makes me feel like I have somebody to crochet with. And I was like, okay, I guess I'll keep doing it. You know, when you don't do things like everybody else, it's like sometimes you get criticized. And I think that was the moment when I just decided I don't do it like everybody else, and that's okay. I'm going to keep doing it my way. Because some people like it. Thank you, Andrew. Amy says, I'm on the second repeat, I think you call it, of my 6-day man blanket. I call a repeat rows 2 through 7. Every time you finish row 7, you've done another repeat. So I am going to run out of this color in the middle of the row. And I would only have the single crochet row after this, so I'm just going to switch to the border color. It's like I don't remember who suggested I do that. I think it might have been, was it Donna who was here and then left? Glad I kept going instead of ending way back here. This is where I was going to end, was back here. We wouldn't have had all of this pink. Look at this. How stupid is this? There's a knot here, and then there's this much more yarn. 18 inches of yarn, maybe. I don't think so. Who would do that? That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay, I just finished a cake, so I have to break. I have to take a break. And I have to stretch and drink and all that. I don't have to get up, but I do have to stretch and take a drink and all that stuff. Because them's my rules. Them's the rules. Whew. Crochet marathon. It's a marathon. It's not even that long. How long has it been? Oh man, it's been 4.5 hours. Doesn't feel like that long this time. How long was I last time? I started at 11 and I went to 10, so it was like 9 hours, but I did take a big long break at the beach, so I don't know. You can't judge anything based on that. I took so many breaks. Take a break when you finish a cake. Yeah, but I only have to get up when the timer goes off. This is my last and final cake of this blanket. Number 8. Hang on, let me go back a little bit. Because I like it to be, I don't like it to be in the, like, next to a space. I think it looks better if you do it in the middle of stitches. Okay, so I pull it through the last pull through of the stitch, and then I take the 2 tails and wrap them up and over my working yarn, and I hold it in the back. I hold it tight, not too tight, but you know, tight. You know, if the weather is crappy tomorrow, I am not going up the road. I guess I was just checking for snow and not rain. But I didn't think it was supposed to rain tomorrow. This gray feels thicker. I don't know why. Switching locations, gonna toss the feed to my TV so I can put in PJs. Oh man, PJs are sounding nice right about now. Do we think that sticks out like a sore thumb? Oh, thank you, Kathy. When should we do the next marathon? I don't think I should do more than one a month. Maybe I should do one during the Super Bowl. It could be the Super Bowl of crochet. We could play in teams, and whoever crochets the most yards of yarn wins. You want me to do the supernova now? The supernova for the Super Bowl. I thought I was doing the superstars. The superstar next. Not necessarily. Yeah, but if we played on teams, I don't even know what teams are playing the Super Bowl. But, you know, I don't know. Let's just say it was the Steelers versus the Cowboys. Are the Cowboys even still a team? It's like we could play on teams and add up all the yardage. I don't know. Who's playing? Does anyone know who's playing? Have they decided yet who's playing in the Super Bowl? There is a supernova. There's a star, a superstar, and a supernova. No one knows yet. Chiefs versus Eagles. Super Bowl with Chiefs winning. Yes, but they lost. Okay. All right. We have another week of playoffs and then a break for the Pro Bowl. Okay. No Steelers, no Cowboys. Still 4 teams. Okay. All right, I know that was my 60-minute timer, but I am going to go to the end of this row before I stand up. But I promise I will stand up. Eagles are going to win. Who cares? So it could be like, you know, people could pick their team. You know, you could crochet for your team. You could crochet for the Eagles. Or, I don't know. I'm just coming up with ideas. Earlier when I asked this question, nobody knew who the Super Bowl, when the Super Bowl was. I'd like to see the Kelsey brothers battle it out, okay? No idea what that means. All right, I'm standing up at the end of this row. I'm getting up out of my chair. I'm gonna get my booty out of my chair. $49. I'll try and get all the colors in there. There. Oy. Ooh. Oh man, it's dark. My house is all dark. Whoops, all I got left is the border, one single crochet row and the border to do. Whoop whoop. Oh man. I spilled my pop. All right, let's do this. Let's get her done. Woot woot. Woo! Man, this blanket is too big to work on it. Listen, I fit in this chair. Once I get in, I can't move it. So it's just, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but it's just weird. I guess I must have unplugged my phone at some point. Hi, Leanne. All right, let's finish this blanket. 60 minutes. I stand up when the timer goes off, whether I like it or not. Those last couple, I mean, the 60 minutes seems like it's going by really fast this time. I don't know. Could be I'm crocheting a little faster. I don't really know. It's the 6-Day Kid blanket. You can find it on my website for free, bettymcknit.com. This is the last row, and then I'm going to work a row of single crochet and around the edge, and then probably a second row of half double crochet. Yeah, I don't see all the comments, so if I miss your comment, I'm sorry. Almost done. Woohoo, the yarn just changed colors. Went from that dark gray to this light gray. That's pretty. Thanks for sharing the live. Y'all know, even if you click copy link, you don't even have to actually send it to anyone. Because I don't know about you, but I do really hate when I get somebody sends me a random video. I mean, it's one thing, it's like lives. If it's my friends sharing their lives, then that's fine. I always want to jump into my friends' lives if they're live, but you know, you can just click the copy link. You don't even have to share it. Apparently it counts for the algorithm. But who the heck knows about the TikTok algorithm, because now they're saying that they pick videos to, for some hot list or something. Get them to go viral. They have control over it. I wonder if that happened to my nephew. My nephew posted one TikTok and he has over 10 million views. He went viral. I haven't looked at it lately. I bet he's got 20 million by now. He has one video on his page. One. And it's got millions of views. So what am I supposed to do with this battery now, this rechargeable battery that won't charge and doesn't work anymore? I mean, you can't just throw that in the trash, can you? Because I have a couple. I have a couple like rechargeable batteries that don't work anymore, or I don't need them anymore, and I don't know what to do with them. Yeah, he just posted this weird little video, and it was just like a pop culture thing that was, he's in middle school. Something that was just like popular to say right now, and he made like this little TikTok about it, and it just struck the right chord. And that thing went viral. Millions of views. Millions. Hi. Dun 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 dun. That was the last row of the blanket. Amen. Thanks, Andrew. Amen. Let me just be as weird as I can. Who's gonna stop me? Some places here, like office supply places, have drop-off points for old batteries and mobile phones. Okay. Yeah, I have a couple. Especially since I have more than one, I guess I need to figure it out. Okay, so, well, I just went into the back of the stitch. Let me, I'm going to take that one out. And I'm going to go into going to work it regular. And then I'm just going to do two more. And then I'm just going to start working my way down the side. This is going to be tough because this blanket is full size. Full size chunky blanket. Okay, now what I do when I work my edge is I use these turning chains like a pretty new to this platform, so I still don't know the ins and outs. Gotta go for now. See you later. I use the turning chains. I work into the side of these like I treat them like foundation chains, and then I work my single crochet into the side of them, and I try to just only leave one thread below the stitches. That's really weird. Why is there that long? Let me work that. I want to work that in because I don't feel like that's supposed to be there. Everybody always asks me, how many am I supposed to do? 2 into each. That looks bad too. Am I supposed to do 2 into each double crochet, on 1 into each single crochet, or how am I supposed to do this? And the answer is that you're supposed to do the number that makes it lie flat and not ripple or pucker. In general, that would be 2 into each the side of each double crochet, 1 into the side of each single crochet, but it varies. And especially since, like in my case, sometimes I do extended double crochet. That's what's causing these extra loops that I'm not liking, actually, are those extended doubles. So sometimes it might not be exact. There's no exact. Sometimes you have to figure it out based on your tension and how you handled the sides of your blanket. But you want this to be as even as possible. So if I work into the holes, it's not going to be even. It's going to be like 3 stitches and then a space, and then 3 and then a space. That's not my preferred way to do it. I know a lot of people do it that way, but it's not how I like doing it. I like going into the sides of the stitches, even though it probably makes it take 10 times longer. For me, I like this little line that's created underneath the side stitches. So that's how I do it. And it's gonna take forever. But you know what? This blanket might be in my life for, decades. And do I want to look at it on the back of the couch and go, I wish I had just taken a little extra time to do that edge the right way? It's very tedious. Lay it down often and make sure it's flat. It's not ruffling or puckering. No, Andrew, I don't do that. You got to make your own, Andrew. Andrew, you know how to crochet. You better get your hook and your yarn and get working on one right now. I mean, I know there are people in my community that I know sell blankets, make blankets and sell them. They're not cheap, but I can tell you what, I if I did sell them, they'd be a lot more expensive than even what, people who make and sell them for. Because dang, what would I sell this blanket for if I were to sell it? Let's figure this out. I know they're not made by Betty. $250. $299. I was gonna say 400. I think my former friend Marianne Kalaki might have one in her Etsy store. I know she used to sell them. I don't know if she still does. If she still has them listed or if she sold them or... I think her store was Mother Clucker Made. You could check her store. She might have one you could buy. Do not tell her I sent you. She probably won't sell it to you. Don't tell her you heard it from me. I know she had one. I think she had one like this, one of the original tea cake rainbows, but I think she sold it. Well, we don't do cost of materials times 3 anymore, actually. I mean, a lot of people do the cost of materials plus an hourly wage, plus an hourly rate, plus overhead. That's why if you are a crochet maker, if you are a maker and you sell your makes, it's only worth it to sell, like it's only profitable to sell stuff that you can make really quickly. Because if I made this blanket with much cheaper yarn than this, which this was not super expensive yarn, but let's say I made this with cheaper yarn, would that, should that really make it that much cheaper? Because it still would take me the same amount of time. exactly. If it's made by by the designer, it should be more. If it was, you know, if it's an original design. I know people sell 6-day kid blankets because they reach out to me from time to time and ask if they can. And I always say yes, by the way. I know some people do not like for their patterns to, they don't like people selling what they make from their patterns if they want it to be like an exclusive item that only they can make and sell. Problem with selling large project that is handmade, people don't see the value. Mass-produced items dilute the perceived value. That's true. Yeah, if they credit me, if it makes sense. Sometimes it doesn't make sense to credit the designer, but if it makes sense to credit me, like in a digital listing on an Etsy store or something like that. Although I don't see myself getting tagged on Etsy that often. Um, but if they post photos on social or something like that, then yeah, it's nice to be tagged. But yeah, I think that a lot of people say crochet designers will say they have. I think that crochet pattern writers have different reasons why they might not want someone to sell something made from their pattern. Number one, they might also be a maker and they might want to be the only person selling that thing. So they don't want other people on the market selling their original product. They want to be the only one you can get it from, which I think is valid. I think the other reason people include a note in their pattern that says no sales from this pattern is because they're concerned about mass production. And I think it does happen sometimes, but yeah, mass production of crochet items that you see in the stores, and the prices are like $10 or $20 for a hand crocheted item. It does make it seem like these things are really cheap to make. What a lot of people don't know about crochet is that it can only be done by hand. So if you are purchasing a crocheted item from somewhere like Target or that's been mass produced like that, it's probably been, it's slave labor, basically. That person has not been paid a decent wage for making that item. No way. Not when it's being sold at Target for $40, and nobody could make the item by hand in, let's say, 4 hours, even for that person to be paid $10 an hour. And if it's being sold for $40, that is a retail price, and that wasn't the cost of that item to the retailer. So there's no way the people that are making those mass-produced items are there's no way they could be being paid or treated fairly to make those. So yeah, if we really were to charge, you know, a proper wage for a handmade item, it would be more than most people are willing to pay. Andrew, are you on Insta so I can tag you when I start making my blanket one day? Yes, I'm everywhere. Betty McNitt. You can make a TikTok and tag me. If you tag me in a TikTok and you're making something of that is my pattern, I'm gonna repost it, and I'm probably gonna stitch and do edit and do all the stuff. Oh, I had like 3 Swedish fish when I was in the kitchen on my break, and maybe 4. I think I had 4, and they're swimming around right now. They're fighting. They're not agreeing with me. They're like, "Get us out of here!" I'm everywhere. I'm watching you. I got my eye on you, Andrew. You better make your blanket. Start with the star blanket, Andrew, and then do the 6-day. You will be addicted to it. I will definitely try soon. You better start now. Now that you're feeling better. I think you tried to swatch the other day when you were a little dippy on your meds. This is the boring part of the blanket. It's boring and it's tedious. But I just love the way a nice edge makes a blanket look. Just like wrapping it all up in a bow. Yeah, you probably need your wits about you when you swatch for the first time. What is going on here? Why is this so weird? Okay, and I'm gonna do 3 in the corner. 1, 2, 3. Well, that corner seems a little bit wonky. And now I'm just gonna go across the bottom, and I'm working under whatever oh my goodness. uh, okay, so I think when I did my starting, that's my starting chain right there. I think when I did that, I only worked under one uh, thread, and now I'm going under whatever's left, and then I'm just gonna skip one in this in this valley here just so I don't flatten out my bottom edge too much and cause it to ripple. Don't listen to her, Andrew. She will tell the same jokes over and over again. Don't listen to her. But go back to your swatch. Would be a good thing to do. They're still funny. I'm going to do 3 in the points here. I'm going to skip one in the valley. Sometimes I do notice when people post photos of their blankets that they just work right across the zigzag without increasing or decreasing, and that will flatten it out. If you're okay with it being flattened out, then, you know, have at it. Do you. But if you want to maintain this chevron, you have to skip in the valley and you have to double up in the peak. And the valleys and the peaks here on the bottom edge are a little bit weird. And it's not going to be centered exactly, just that one looks like it's going to be the point right there. So I'm going to do 3. And I'm just doing a very basic edge, so it doesn't really matter if it's off a little bit. If you don't want to deal with, if you want to do a border and you don't want to deal with the chevrons, the points and the having to increase and decrease on your edge, then I would suggest straight flattening it out. Do a straight start. You can start your 6-day kid blanket with a straight starting edge and build the chevrons, and then at the end you fill in the, you know, I have a pattern for square off rows, so you can square off the top edge and you won't have any points to deal with, and you can put any kind of fancy edge you want on your 6-day blanket without having to worry about the points going up and down. I like the points. I have some of the edges that I've written up for the 6-day blankets, like the snowflake effect blanket and the popsicle effect blanket. I left the points there. I like them, and the popsicle has a really cool edge with the points accentuated. On the snowflake blanket, they're not really accentuated, but I left them there. The viral blanket, they're flattened out so that we could do the camel stitch border that everybody loves without having to worry about the points. And there's one girl here on TikTok that I follow, and I don't remember her name right now, but she knits these sweaters, and they all like say things. They have writing all over them, but they're knitted. She dyes the yarn herself, and she knits, you know, just things that she's thinking into these sweaters, and she calls them art. She doesn't call them handcrafts or, you know, she calls, or clothing even, she calls them art. And she shows them in galleries, and I have no idea what she charges for them, but I doubt she's doing cost of materials times 3. And her work is amazing. Does anyone know who I'm talking about? I love her work. She's a young girl. Well, she's a young girl. She's probably like the same age as my kids. Can you pin a post of people you go live with or favorite designers? Sure. Absolutely. You don't know who I'm talking about? The heck is her name? There was someone else that I think I reposted their video not too long ago where they said, you know, there's a difference, but have the mentality of like being an artist instead of, gosh, I don't remember. I don't remember exactly what the message was, but it was along the lines of like, if you have an audience that really appreciates art and artistry, and then you won't be like having to justify your prices all the time. Keep telling us to follow this person, but it's hard to go back to after watching a video. Oh, Leia the human. Yeah, I should do better, actually. She's not on Facebook though. She's on YouTube, but I should go back and link her in the description. She's really good about tagging me, so I should be better about tagging her. Okay, now I'm going up the other side. Woohoo! Ding, ding, ding. And I just do the same thing. I go under 2 and I leave 1 below just to make it nice and even and have that, well, that's not quite it right there, but I'm going to leave it because I'm tired. Hi, Debbie. Hey, Della. Nope, I didn't change hooks for the border. I feel like that would make it pucker if I did, if I went down or up or ruffle. But no, I'm definitely laying it down a lot to make sure it's laying flat. Because I sometimes do extended double crochet or extended double crochet on my edges instead of double crochet, so that, and I don't do it consistently, so that can make my edges a little uneven. So I just wing it. Oh wow, you got it already. Glad you like it. Thanks for sitting on the live and saving me from those mistakes. Ah. I think that girl's name, the girl I was thinking about with the sweaters, she writes things, well, she knits things she says. Things she says. She knits words onto her sweaters. I think it's I'd knit that. I think that's her username. I'd knit that. It just came to me. Got my baby blanket done yesterday. Used the border from the viral blanket. Turned out crib size. Nice. Everyone loves that border. It's the one, she posted a picture of it. She made it look like she was crocheting all 4 rows of it at once, which she wasn't really. It was just a setup for the photo. I mean, she did say that she does, like, she'll do a little bit on one row, and then she'll take her hook out and she'll do a little bit more on the next row, and take her hook out and do a little bit more. She said it makes it feel like she's going faster, but she doesn't do all 4 rows at once. But, I get emails all the time asking how she did it. How do you do the border that's all 4 rows at once? But it is a really pretty border. The camel stitch, half double crochet in the back loop. This is tedious. Tedious. And I just lost my, oh shoot. You lost your scissors. I hope you didn't lose them in the chair. And you go sit on them. I'm feeling sleepy. I thought this would take me until 10 o'clock to finish, but I don't think so. I don't think so. And she's crocheting like she never crocheted before. It's not true. I've done this a million times. But thank you for recognizing my song. So, Amy, what's going on with your weather? Is it just going to get bad? It's going to be bad again this weekend, or what's going on? I know, it's super tedious, but it's worth it. Like, I wouldn't know that one we danced to it a million times. That's true. We danced to it. They did it in band. Snow all through the week. Yeah, I'm definitely not coming. I might not even leave. I think I'm going to go to my doctor's appointment tomorrow and see how I feel. Back and forth from rain to freezing rain to snow. Well, you know that's a nightmare for driving. You best just stay inside. Get yourself an Instant Pot and put a brisket in it. We just dodged a major winter storm. We had a dusting of snow last night. A couple hours south got 7 inches. I mean, I don't think it's going to be bad here, but I am planning to, I'm going to go to New York and come back. So I feel like I might hit something along the way. I think I'm going to stay home. I think I'm going to stay home. Dad's cousin's kids got hit by the tornadoes in Texas. Oh man. Almost slid into a lady this morning. Tried to go to your website to look at the 6-day man blanket and got access denied message. What? No. Well, that ain't right. Andrew, just tell me which patterns you want and send me an email and I'll email them to you. See, that's what's dangerous is when it snows like that and then it turns into rain. I wonder why that thing says access denied. Now you have me worried. The heck? Amy says, I just checked the man blanket and it was working. Maybe no men are allowed. It's discriminating. Oh boy. I don't know what's going on. Don't ask me. I'm just here trying to finish this blanket in 2 days like an insane person. Should I call it the 2-day blanket now? Oh, a lady sat there and looked at me like a deer in the headlights. She was probably scared. She's probably so scared to go out. I feel like using the gray, there's a part of me that feels like using the gray as a cop out against all these colors, but I actually really like the way it looks. I think it brings it all together. It's very unifying going up that edge. Oh, I'm so sick of this part of the blanket. It's not fun. I only have this much more to go. I'm almost there. Yeah, I think I'm going to stay home. I feel like it's going to be a mixed bag of weather. And I have plenty to do here. I'm working hard on this, and it's not fun. It is not fun trying to jam this hook into this yarn. I don't know. I have really tight tension for my chain stitches. That's the part right there. That's not fun. Those are too close. It's perfect though. It doesn't ruffle. It doesn't buckle. It's perfect. Look, I'm almost there. Yes, I'm starting to get slap happy, but I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping. It's too late to turn back now. I'm gonna finish this. Usually I get slap happy when it's tedious like this. I've run out of things to talk about. I mean, I got the gift of gab, but even I run dry sometimes. Like, now what? Just listening to the rain outside, and I'm just like not wanting to leave the house. And I know I have to leave and drive somewhere tomorrow. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so even though row 4 was a single crochet row, I am going to do another single crochet row because I feel like the blanket started with a single crochet row and then I did a single crochet border row. So I feel like the top also needs 2 rows of single crochet. It needs 1 that's blanket and 1 that's border. That's just so the border is not done until I get to the end of this row. So here I go. And then on this one, just like I did at the bottom, I'm going to do 3 in each peak, and then I'm going to skip 1 in the valley. It's too late to turn back now. I'm almost done. And that's why. How many blankets do you think you'd made total? I'm planning my next 6-day kid blanket. I mean, I've only done 1 in this marathon. Somebody else asked me today how many I think I've made, and I said 50. That sounds about right if you count all the stars and everything else. I have a bunch in progress laying around that aren't done. I don't know if those count. Yeah, I don't make a lot. I design a lot. You know, like I make a couple and then I'm on to designing the next thing. So I don't like make a bunch and give them away or sell them. So yeah, I'm not really a maker in that way. Not anymore. All my patterns are on my website, bettymcknit.com. Where you can access them for free. If you would like an ad-free PDF copy, you can buy one on my pattern store that's linked on my TikTok homepage. I mean, I designed the 6-day kid blanket in 2008. I made 1 blanket. I gave it to my sister for her grandson, and her daughter stole it. And that was it. And I didn't make another one until, I don't know, until my pattern went viral again in 2018. But yeah, if I just made blankets, I wouldn't have time to design. I mean, designing takes a long time. I'm working on several new things, but you know, like designing requires a lot of ripping out and redoing. So if you see me with like you know, like the star blanket, it took me like a year to make. Because I had to keep ripping it out and figuring out what I was doing, how to do it. Yeah, I don't just throw patterns out there every week. I wish I could. Oh, wow. Swedish fish time. I'm almost done. It's almost done. Wow, my left leg still does not want to do everything the right leg does. Ooh, my goodness. Left leg's like, no. All right, home stretch, home stretch. Here we go. I wish this chair didn't squeak so much. I'm self-conscious about it. Oh. You know, I could be done. I could just do the single crochet row and be done. I don't want to, though. I want to do a half double. I'm going to do a row of half double. Yep, I still got it. I still got it. I'm sorry, Leanne. Can you come again? Excuse me. Honestly, I'm surprised I still can. Because my yoga practice, my movement practice has been falling by the wayside. Yes, it's easy. It's a little tricky to get started, but it's easy and I have a lot of resources to help you. Yep, I'm live over there on TikTok or on YouTube. Yep, 13 people watching right now on YouTube. Y'all are on YouTube, right? I mean, I'm getting comments over there. So I'm definitely live on YouTube right now. It says 13. I don't know. I don't know if it counts the same person. Yep, I'm Betty McKnitt everywhere. Definitely people over there commenting. Okay, and I'm going to go around with a round of half double crochet. And this will be the end of this blanket. The only thing I can say, if you can't find me over there, is if you've ever made a rude comment or something like, said something unkind, you might be blocked. I don't know. When people say things I don't like over there, I just delete them. And I'm not saying you did, I'm just saying if you're looking for me, I delete anything that I don't like because I can't handle it. I'm sensitive. I'm oversensitive. That's a fact. I mean, I hope that's not the case, but that's the only thing I can think of. Oh, uh-oh. I didn't do my timer. What? What, that I'm, because I said I'm sensitive? Whatever, I mean, life is too short. I mean, I just told y'all I was not going to even do YouTube because someone said something mean. It's just not worth it. People cannot come over onto my platforms and start, saying, criticizing, and saying mean stuff. If you don't like it, keep scrolling. There are plenty of people doing crochet tutorials on YouTube. If you don't like mine, it's not like it's the only one. My yarn is changing colors. Well, she must have found it. Or not. You know, I have to lay this down and keep checking it. Sometimes, and I don't know why, on my second round, it starts to ruffle a little bit and I have to do some decreases, but this time it doesn't seem to be doing that. But sometimes it does. Woo! And it's so much more fun to go flying up the side of this blanket without having to like carefully pick where I'm gonna put my stitches. I can just fly. I'm almost done with this side. Ooh, I'm feeling so excited. I'm almost done. I'm almost done, people. I don't even like that they have the thumbs down on the YouTube channel. You know? When people thumb down my videos, I get upset. I'm not as bad as I used to be. Sometimes I'm just like, oh, whatever. You know, if you don't like it, move on. But yeah, be like every time I posted a video, there would be a thumbs down. Always be one right away. I'm like, who is thumbing down every chance they get? Like, move on. If you don't like my content, don't come here. But you don't have to come here and thumb it down. I'll thumb you down. So I took it off. I took off the thumb up and thumb down, but it still shows me in my analytics how many I had thumbing me up and thumbing me down. It gives you a percentage. It'll say 98%. Like, it doesn't matter. It's fine. Just let me do my thing over here. Not everybody has to like it. And if they don't like it, I don't need to know. Probably have people thumbing me down right now. Because I'm talking about it. D says, or use another finger. Seriously. Start putting that as an option. Instead of just the thumb up, the thumb down, or the middle finger. How about that? How about that, people? Read between the lines. I'll be like my sister and get my middle finger painted a different color. And then I'll go on TV with a giant check. Somebody gives me a check and then my hand will be in the commercial. That actually happened to my sister. She was on TV accepting a check for something, and they zoomed in on her middle finger. And she had all her fingernails painted silver glitter for the holidays, but the middle one was gold. That was the best. Oh, right, it was on the news. It wasn't a commercial. It was on the news. They zoomed in on the check, and there was her hand holding it, and there was her gold middle finger. That, you can't make that up. I know, I should stop complaining. I don't have anything to complain about, really. And even when I do get the negative comments, it is less than 2% or whatever. Like, it is, like, just, I'm going to say it's 99.9% positive. And it is really few and far between when it's negative. You're so right, Amy. If I didn't go up the road this weekend, I could maybe go get my nails done. I'm going to skip 2 down here. Just seems like it needs it. She says my foundation advertised it on their website, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. It was all over. That is so funny. Boy, you'll never forget those nails. They've been immortalized. Yeah, Amy, send Andrew the link. Yeah, but it's not bad down here, and I don't think Newburgh is supposed to get snow. It's just, what am I going to be driving through? Like, if I were to leave, I would just go to Newburgh and grab a load and come back, and maybe depending on how I'm feeling, offload some of that other stuff. But yeah, I feel like I'm gonna have to maybe do that when it's a little less, I don't know. Look at that. Let's admire this blanket. Let's talk about happy things. Look at my blanket. Seriously though, look at this blanket. I'm almost done. I'm an athlete. I'm a crochet athlete. Thank you, Kathy. Amy says the school she works at has a high percentage of immigrants. The U.S. is in the minority of the middle finger being offensive. Many countries use it as a pointer finger. It's a skill we have to teach. I think my sister knew what she was doing when she painted her middle finger gold, though. I think that was on purpose. And I think they told her that you're supposed to do the ring finger is the one that's supposed to be different. And she said, I don't care. I want the middle finger different. I think she knew what she was doing. I don't think she's an immigrant. I mean, it looks like I see where you said there's Andrew, there's the link, but I don't see the link. So TikTok might have filtered it out. Why don't you DM it? Are you guys friends? Yeah, it's not showing up. TikTok filtered it out. Oh, this is a full-size blanket in my lap here. This is the first, the day a kid yelled cougars with hand gestures in the cafeteria. It was a weird day. This is also the first snow for many of our kids, so it has been an interesting week. Wow. I'm almost across the bottom. It's getting really awkward to work on. It's okay, because I'm almost done. That was the best. And they zoomed in on your hand holding the check. That was the best. I know. What are the chances? And it's not like you always get your nails done like that either. It was like just that one time. I mean, that I know of. Ooh, I just rounded the corner. This is my last. Is this my last row? Do I have to go around the top too? I think I still have to go across the top. And then I'll be done. Well, I'll have ends to weave in, but I don't know if I'm going to do the ends or not. I'll have to think about that. I mean, it would be nice to like be completely done and not be like, yeah, I'm done, except for the ends. But I think, I don't know. My stamina might be wearing a little thin. Plus, I'm hot. It is hot sitting here with this blanket on my lap. You weave those ends in. All right, we'll see. It's freezing there. I mean, I went outside on my break and supposedly it's, you know, it was like 60 degrees, but it didn't feel like it because it was kind of breezy and it was starting to rain. And it almost felt like it was going to be like sleety kind of rain. Oh no, it's just yucky out. It's yucky. I almost feel like I'm playing yarn chicken a little bit here. Like, I'm a little concerned. A little concerned. And this is how much yarn is left. If I run out, I'm not digging for another one. Well, actually, I think I know exactly where they are, but... Oh, thank you, Hayden. I think you're awesome. The chicken came to visit. I don't know. I think it's gonna be close. I'm not gonna make a prediction because I don't want to I don't want to think about it. I'm just gonna sit here and enjoy this like blue-green moment right here. I mean, how gorgeous is that? I think I have enough that I could combine like this and this. and make a blanket. I think that would be beautiful. I think I have enough of both of them that I could do that. I mean, it would be awesome to make a really big one. It would be more like a quilt than a blanket, though. I would be afraid that it would be too heavy, that it would be like hard to wash. It would stretch. Just crochet faster so I have more yarn. I was doing that earlier, remember? I was just going faster. Like, look at this whole section. Like, that could be that could be a whole blanket. That would be the entire blanket. That's like my favorite part of this blanket. I could have a whole blanket with that. I think I'm going to do that next. Almost done. I'm almost done. Does anyone go to the movie theater to see movies anymore? Do the movies just go like straight to Netflix now? Or straight to streaming or whatever? I haven't been to the movies in so long. I remember when I was living in Newburgh, I was like, I haven't been to a movie the whole time I've lived here. And then I think I went to about 2 movies the entire time I lived there, which was about 5 years. We have one that serves drinks and dinner. Oh, that's cool. I mean, there is a movie theater here on the Outer Banks, but I don't remember. I think I was there on vacation a couple of times. Whoops. Andrew says, what's a movie theater? You know what I really like is the popcorn. I could go to a movie just for the popcorn. I remember one time we went to a movie, we bought all this popcorn and all these drinks, and then we went to the movie, we sat down, and something went wrong with the movie, so they were like, sorry, our movie's broken, we're gonna give you all your money back. And we were like, great, you're gonna give us our money back, but we have like $50 worth of popcorn and pop here. So I tried, I think I tried returning snacks, getting the money back for the snacks, which I think they actually gave me back. I don't remember. But I just remember my husband was mad. My ex-husband. Now he's my ex, but he was like embarrassed that I was doing that. But I was like, we spent all this money on this popcorn, bucket of popcorn, and, big buckets of pop, overpriced garbage. And now what are we supposed to do? Walk out of the movie theater with it and take it home and eat it? Like, no. We bought this to eat while we're watching the movie at the movie theater. This is part of the experience. I don't remember what happened, but I just remember that wasn't a good day. Like, great, let's go take this popcorn and eat it at home. I've rounded the last corner. I know, and everybody is always like, it's so expensive, it's such a ripoff, but it's part of the experience. When you go to the movie theater, you're going to spend $100 on the movies and whatever. It did get to be really expensive with so many people. And then there are like people that don't want to share popcorn with other people. They want their own, they don't want other people touching their popcorn. So it's like, just get everybody whatever they want. Let's not fight about it and let's just have a good time. We go to the movies like, I don't know, a couple times a year. Who cares? Just get everyone their own popcorn. Who cares that it costs, like $12 for 2 cents worth of popcorn? Look at that. Look at it. Carrie says, I used to go early, order food, and crochet in the fancy chairs with feet up until it starts. I've tried to crochet and knit at the movies, but I couldn't really make it happen. See, now I think that gray looks fine right there. I was a little bit worried about having the gray at the top, but it's fine. It looks totally fine. I think I did the right thing. I made the right choice on somebody's suggestion who was here. Thank you. What are you saying about Tom Cruise? Oh, they got to the eyeball part. Oh, that time my 3 sisters and I went to see a movie together, and of course it was a Tom Cruise movie because I like Tom Cruise, and so does my sister Missy. And I think the movie broke, and so I think Amy and Tara ended up leaving, but Missy and I stayed because we really liked Tom Cruise. But the movie kept stopping and starting, but it was that movie, Minority Report, where his eye goes rolling down he has the eyes, and they go rolling down the thing. And my sister Missy went like that. I mean, we were all like acting up the whole time because we didn't really know what was going on in the movie. And so we were acting up. You did not leave because we were loud. You left because the movie broke for like the 3rd time. You guys were like, that's enough. And Missy and I were like, no, we're staying. staying because we like Tom Cruise. We didn't want to leave. I had to go see the movie again because I didn't understand it because it kept breaking. But you know what? I really like that movie. Minority Report. Where is my Minority Report? Do I even have one? Ask me how I know every line of that movie. We were the only people there in the theater for one. Everybody left. Everyone in that theater left, and we all got free movie tickets for the next or another movie. Do I even have one? I'm almost done. Except for the ends. I gotta weave in those ends. Let's see. If I finish before my timer goes off, maybe I'll weave in some ends. I don't know. It would be nice to have them all woven in. But I don't know how much more of this I can take. I'm loopy. You will weave in the ends. I probably will. And who wants to watch that? Nobody. That's the most boring thing. I mean, you might as well might as well sit there and watch paint dry, watching somebody weave in their ends. Boring AF. I've been on since 2 p.m. So I'm doing a crochet marathon. I don't know. I put down 8 hours. Almost there. Only 2 more points to go. We'll see if I even have a yarn needle here. Might as well marathon all the way to them ends. That's how that sounded in my mind. What you wrote. Might as well get done at them there ends. Speaking of Tom Cruise movies, I saw a joke today. Tried to share it with a coworker who didn't get it. Do you remember Wilson from the movie Castaway? He had a part in the volleyball scene in Top Gun. Wow. That's weird. It's another movie I really liked, though, Castaway. Coming up over the last peak. Yeah, Wilson was the volleyball. Seeing some graph GANs with all the ends just gives me anxiety looking at them. I think I've done all the graph GANs I'm going to do. I guess I'll just end it just like this. Because if I go around the corner, let me see, what did I intend to do? I think I intended to go around the corner. There we go. That's better. Dun 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 dun. Man, it is like 80s night up in here, isn't it? Especially when my sister and I get together. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. The crowd goes wild. Dun 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 dun. Okay. See, I went that way, and now I'm going to go back this way. This is what keeps it from coming out, is changing directions. Wow. Oh, man. That was a lot. That was a lot of crocheting one day. My sister said I had to weave in my ends. She's not the boss of me, but I'm going to do it anyway. We'll see how many I can get done before my timer goes off. Changing directions. Where'd I put the little cute scissors? Oh, I'll put them back. See, there's only 9 people watching now because this is boring. That one's going to show a little tiny bit. I bought these so I could be like Hanan in that photo with the 4 rows at once of edging at once. So she had those really pretty scissors. I thought, oh, I could be pretty on my lives. That's why I keep them in here, so I can look cute when I need scissors on my lives. They remind you of your grandma. I got them when I was working at Michael's. This is a knot that was in the yarn, and I just didn't untie it. I should have probably left a little more than this to weave in, though. I was probably loopy when I did it. Oh, hey, is anyone going to Crochet Fashion Week? Crochet Fashion Week's coming up pretty soon. Next weekend, I think. Not this weekend, but the next one. I know, who can afford to work at Michael's? I was working there for like 2 years, and I was a support specialist. So that was like more than what I was making as a seasonal cashier. And you know, I worked my way up with the little raises, 10-cent raises every however often we got raises or whatever. And then they raised the minimum wage, and people making minimum wage are making the same amount of money as me. I think there are ways to participate in Crochet Fashion Week online. I think there are a lot of virtual options for the fashion shows or whatever it is they're doing. So I might do that. When they first announced it, I was thinking I would go in person, maybe like volunteer or help out or something like that, and then I changed my mind. This is the one that, so this is how much yarn is left that I didn't use. That's going to end up in the scrap bag. One day I'll make something with all the tea cake scraps because I have a lot. These are the ends from when the yarn had a bunch of knots in it. Not very long. I didn't give myself very much to weave in here. What was I thinking? Yep, I'm weaving them in. I mean, I joke about it, but I do weave them in. I do weave them in. I mean, I had that one blanket that I never wove them in on, then I threw it away because I left it outside and it got stinky. And I was just like, guess what? I don't ever have to weave you in now. Goodbye. And I tossed it. Amy, how come the kids aren't coming? Is it because of the weather? I made these too short. But I'm still going to get them in. I'm going to get them in underneath here. And here's how I'm going to do it. Oh, okay. There. This part's not fun. This part is not fun. But it feels good when it's done. Even though it's not much fun. Bye, Andrew. I told you it was boring. My sister's making me. Thanks for hanging out. Send me your email, bettymcknit@gmail.com. It's not fun. It's like punishment. I feel like I'm being punished right now, having to weave these ends in. It's like torture. It's yarn torture. Use one yarn chicken with a yard of yarn to spare. That's amazing. Here's another knot that the manufacturer left in the yarn. Would be not one that I would have to weave in if they would not put knots in the yarn. I mean, seriously, how boring could you get? Well, let's go watch some grass grow. It'd be more exciting than this. Watch somebody weave in their stupid ends. Watch some paint dry. It's boring. It's never, ever, ever gonna come out. I guarantee it. Where's my scissors? Got a little knot on the end of it. You're making yourself weave as you go. I mean, that's not something I usually do. Andrew, you're so funny. I'm okay. I'm just showing off. I'm just crying for attention. Just doing it for attention. Weave it good. I feel like every single thing I've ever made, you know, and I weave in the ends and I think I'm done. And then, you know, I'm wearing that thing or laying on the couch under this blanket and I always find an end that I forgot. Always. Every time. Yeah, I have a lot I could get done this weekend if I didn't spend all of it driving to New York and back. I guess I should be grateful that I don't have to do it for, you know, the training program. But I was planning on clearing out, finishing up what I've left undone up there. Uh-oh. Pulling on something I shouldn't be pulling on there. All right. Is my little timer ever going to go off? I don't know. This is one of those things. Ha ha ha! Yes! All right. Whoop! Oh! Sorry. Oops. I'm crooked too. Oh my goodness, I'm a mess. Hang on. Hang on now. Don't look at the ends. And don't tell me. Don't bet you even your ends. Let me flip it around because I feel like all the ends are on the other side. Oh, yes. Look at that. Look at it. I'll put it on this bed. That looks nice. All right, friends. Have you had enough? Thank you. Excuse me. Okay, I'm going to end my marathon almost an hour earlier than planned. Thanks for hanging out here with me. Look how nice those both look on my bed. Matching. That looks really nice. It makes me really happy. Look at that. There's one there. And there's one there. There's one there. And there's one there. It looks so nice. I might leave them there for a while. All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. It's really been a pleasure. Bye.